And hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm having a time. We'll see how it goes tonight. You know how it is. Okay, well, we freed everybody. I wonder how the order of the people you freed. It must be that whoever you free is whoever you free, right? And presumably you can only see... I don't know. Like, presumably you can't free, like, administrator first. In fact, I don't know if you can free administrator first. I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if administrator was secretly Elohim or something. But that aside, assuming that administrator is his own guys. Okay. We really knocked out 3 guys in this one and just really didn't figure anything out. Well, okay. I mean, it's fine, I'm sure. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year, and a year whose days are long. Oscar Wilde, crashing out for understandable crash outs for going to jail. This is suspicious, isn't it? Yes, it is. How is this? How do I just pop in and find an ultra secret just out of nowhere? Where do I even pop this in? Okay, show threads. Upload file samtext.dlg. Sure. Number 1, I have discovered a file that appears to belong to you. Play Serious Sam, the text encounter. Serious Sam, the text encounter. A very serious experience, only for serious people. If you're not serious, don't play this. Seriously. Written by 401, inspired by the tales of Sam Stone that are documented in the archive, and by the obstinate ghost in the machine that calls itself Milton. This is better than the blacksmith's work by far. You are Sam Sirius Stone. You fought invaders on more planets than you can count. You won battles against hordes that seemed impossible to overcome. You've kicked asses that seemed impossible to kick. You fight like a Syrian wearable, and you make love like a rocket launcher. You're the #1 badass of your age and weight. You're a friggin' one-man army. There's one battle you're failing to win. Battle against ennui. 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 A feeling of sadness and boredom. It's been creeping up on you ever since that mission in Rome. Man, that was not fun. In fact, beeps. So yeah, ennui. You sit there in a cold room in the military base, and you feel like even a good flamethrower can warm you up. Seriously? Ennui? Oh yeah, seriously, ennui, says smirkingly. I mean, what did you expect? You thought the war against mental was over? You keep winning victories, but you're gonna lose the war. Guess we resist. Ennui twinkles your chin. Come on, big man, admit it. What's the point? Is shooting another horde of headless exploding dudes gonna make you feel better? Argue that the war can be won. Does it look bad sometimes, you ask rhetorically? Sure, wars ain't easy. He says Defra's not dooming. Less so than usual, though, because this is the Serious Sam text adventure, where Serious Sam battles ennui. Also, we have a new follower. It's Crazy Gamer. Well, thank you for the follow, Crazy Gamer. Does it look bad sometimes? You ask rhetorically. Sure, wars ain't easy, and sometimes they don't seem to want to end. But we're gonna win, and I'm gonna be there when we do, even if I have to chase Mental to the other end of the galaxy. Ennui laughs at your bravado, unimpressed. To be is Raven. Argue that that meaning is constructed. We attempt to argue that life does not have an inherent meaning, that meaning can be constructed through self-reflection and the setting of goals, but ennui yawns. Argue that existence is inherently positive. You argue that mere existence is already a positive fact, since non-existence is considerably more likely, meaning that all life has an inherently positive slant. To not merely exist, but also to be as awesome as Serious Sam can then only be truly positive, and in the long run that positivity must win out. Ennui starts giggling. Listen to Ennui some more. You see, Sam, you can talk and talk and talk, but I'm always going to out-talk you. I'll twist your words in your mouth and make you feel like an idiot. I'll take every positive thing you say and turn it into something horrible by reducing your arguments to their most extreme and absurd forms. Ennui laughs in your face. You feel weak. Argue that ennui is inconsistent. Argue that ennui is incontinent. Argue that frogs are people too. Okay, so this is like a stand-in for Milton, huh? I guess incontinent. Really, Sam? Poo jokes? Thought you were better than this. You're not like that other guy, that nuclear aristocrat who's always late to the party. No, you're supposed to be the real deal, a real hero. What happened to you, man? Did you recognize the inescapably pointless nature of existence? Is that why you're talking to me like that? Shoot Ennui. I want to argue that I'm tired of listening to your crap, you growl, and shoot Ennui in the face. You immediately feel better. Oh yeah, seriously, the end. Alright. One says, my awesome interactive historical fiction masterpiece, you found it. Oh, you must truly be a divine messenger, thank you. Dog says, this is your masterpiece? Well, I've seen worse. Mr. Mulciber says, it certainly captures your worldview, but I wouldn't call it historical fiction. One says, hey, I based it on what I found in the archive, lol. Knave says, I don't get it. Sam says, confusion equals true. We've done it. We've already done it. We've already begun winning. Okay. Cube driver, huh? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Okay. What was the goal of this? It's a good question. We haven't done any cube driving just yet. There's a fan. Where there's a fan, there must be some kind of thing. There's the trapped person. Here's a pond of pond scum. And here's a ramp. An obvious ramp. Why is there an obvious ramp here? What is the meaning of this? Now, what is the meaning of this? That's the meaning of this. There's one of the 4 stars. We have to get up there. How? Well, first things first. It's probably a little bit too elementary. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense, I guess. What the hell is happening? Why can I... What? This one's weirder than usual, but okay. Like he's mad. Good. TB says, got a character in Nikki that is really powerful. TB says, huh? Yeah, I don't know either. I don't get it. Well, okay. He says, I think I get it. I'm not sure I do. Never mind. I think I get it more than before. Well, hold on. We got a purple wall there. It says, maybe you need to get the guy to hop over the red laser? I mean, maybe, but there's only one way that guy hopped. And that guy hopped only with this. However, we have a way to bring things over. Through the power of bringing things over, what's the deal with you exactly? Okay. I see. Yeah, we can just... Oh no, we can't bring things over. I thought it was going to be way easier than it was. Oh. Oh, I see. He ride. Okay, but that's the one we do last. It's clear that we need to bring these, we need to smuggle these guys. So we need to do that a few times, which is no big deal. Isn't this interesting? Okay, but we need... Well, I mean, we've got these ramps, so with those, we could do anything. Yeah, we can easily smuggle things back and forth this way, which is good. Can we? I mean, yes, we can. What we need to do is grab this and put it here. At least in theory, but perhaps not in practice. Okay, hold on. Okay. So that's kind of cool, except for the fact that we can no longer place things on there. That's a big problem. But we can body block it like so. Okay. So we can smuggle more blocks in there. The main thing is figuring out where to get red from. And how to smuggle a hexahedron across. Which, yeah, we'll figure that out, I guess. Point is, we can smuggle multiple. We don't need to be doing none of that, so, you know. Then we could also, yeah, we could also get the bot to freeze up long enough to do the thing, yeah. And we just need to bring enough guys over there and then it'll be fine. Yeah, sure. Smuggling ought to do it. The main thing is I think we need one of these, but then these other two we can bring across. Now the process of bringing two across is going to be a bit of a pain, but that's okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. It's a single frame one, huh? Interesting. I did not expect that. Well, it's fine. I mean, is it fine? Yes. Because I can take the connector. Okay, but that doesn't help us. Because we need to... I suppose we can do this. No, we need like a semi-permanent way to block the beam. Well, that's not gonna work. Where'd it go? I have the same number of beams that I did before, so it didn't go anywhere. One thing I could try to do is switch around the logic of it. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was being a little dumb. I can just smuggle them. I don't need to be doing this. Check this out. Just reuse the same one over and over again. No need for any of the wacky nonsense I was doing. Whenever I need to transport it, I just do that. And there it is. Easy as that. All right. Okay, then we just... TV says... Maybe need... gotta move the red laser or through the power of cheese? Yes. Through the power of... Well, I'm not even sure it's cheese as such. I think it might be the intended path. I can't tell, though. Okay, I mean... We'll start with the basics. We still need to figure out how to smuggle the cube. Well, that wasn't hard at all. We still need to smuggle a cube, I say, as I smuggle the cube near effortlessly. Interesting, I can do that, maybe, I don't know. He says that was so long ago. It really was. I just forgot that chat existed for like 20 seconds. And by 20 seconds, I mean probably closer to 20 minutes. Just thinking, just absorbed in thought. But little did I know, it was relatively easy. Yee! Cool, I didn't even need to do the entire puzzle. I could just decide no. No, none of that was... What? None of that was necessary. I think I was solving the star puzzle all along, because this is just... Hello, Asmodeus. Welcome to freedom. That's a good idea. Okay, cool. What do we got? A Dream of Aru. And new... Huh. Okay, well, let's start with Dream of Aru. Another blacksmith joint. Kaiju says, oh wow, new the blacksmith experience, exciting. Lilith says, I wish I could get you to answer some questions about your work. This is so full of evocative scenes. Max says, love it, you are the best. I wish I could do a fraction of what you can. Sam says, enjoyment equals true. Nave says, gotta we agree with Sam there. What a trip. I'm gonna play this again. Frankenstein says, has some weird references to previous works that are not entirely appropriate. Still excellent, 7 of 10. Lamb says, you are a genius. Are you sure you don't want to participate in forum discussions? Gehenna could use some more of your thoughts. Asmodeus says, +1. Rockwell says, is there a hidden meaning? Mr. Mulciber says, deeply impressed once again. Can't wait for the next one. 401 says, made me lol. He says, I see serious Sam. Yeah, a little bit. There's Sam, and then there's 401, who made the Sam text adventure. Credits. Written by the blacksmith, inspired by the Book of the Scribe of Osiris, create a system or be enslaved by another man's. The last thing you remember is the great block of stone falling towards you, its dark shape blotting out the sun and a single thought racing through your mind. All this just to build a tomb? But now the pyramid is gone, and so are the other slaves. You are all alone in what appears to be an endless desert. Start walking. You start walking across the desert. The sun is glaring, but you feel no heat. You look down at your feet, and you see that you have no shadow. The latter is particularly disquieting. You feel as if you were no longer anchored to the world. I guess we can pray. You fall to your knees and beseech the gods. Something enormous starts crawling out of the sand before you. Let's wait for it to rise. From the depths of the sand rises a golden beast of many limbs, its body greater than any man, its claws sharper than any sword. I am the scorpion, it says in a terrible voice. Ask for help. Your old life has ended, the scorpion says. You are now in the Duat, the land of the Westerners. A great and difficult journey lies before you. If you face its challenges, you will reach the reed fields of Osiris, where your Ka shall be reunited with your Ba. If not, your soul will be destroyed forever. Having shared its wisdom, the scorpion vanishes under the sand once more. Walk towards paradise. After walking for a very long time, you come upon a vast wall of iron, stretching from horizon to horizon. There is only one opening, a gleaming gate of light. The gate is guarded by a mysterious figure. Approach. The guardian is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a crocodile. Its skin is the purest black, surrounded by a halo of purest white. I am the god Sobel, master of crocodiles, and other things, as we learned from H. Bomber Guy. I usually see it pronounced as Sobek, but whatever. I ruled in Shedet when the world was young. Within me flows the eternal river. Answer my riddle, and I shall let you pass. Tell me then, mortal, what crawls in the morning, walks at noon, and limps in the night? A human. Correct. You may pass, says the crocodilian god, and steps aside. The barrier of light fades, and the gate is now open to you. As you step through the gate, the ancient god raises his hands to the sky. From his mouth bursts forth the eternal river, drenching the land in water. The waves carry you away. Let the water take me. You let go of the fear and accept that this is the god's way of guiding you to a new land. The water surrounds you, overwhelms you, but you do not drown. Under the water, you see the sights of astonishing beauty. Glowing fish with metal eyes, drowned cities full of smiling people, lost gods waiting for the day of awakening. How sad it would have been to stay above water and miss all this. After a long time, you find yourself washed up on a new shore. The eternal river has brought life to the desert. Everything is green now. Palm trees sprout from the ground, casting pleasant shade on the grass. Lizards come crawling in from the desert, eager to catch the varicolored dragonflies that buzz about. A soft wind blows from the west. We can rest in the shade, I guess. You sit down under a palm tree and close your eyes. You tell yourself you will only rest for a moment, but your eyes fall shut. You are awoken by a monkey that has just climbed out of a palm tree. It looks at you with a strange expression on its face. Greet the monkey. You greet the monkey. It cannot speak the human tongue, but it can communicate in another way. Using sign language, the monkey explains that it is one of your ancestors. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, it spent a lifetime struggling against the harshness of the world, all so that its offspring could survive, in order to spend their own lives doing the same over and over until one day you were born and lived and died. And now the monkey would like to know, was it worth it? Yes. The monkey thanks you for your words. You seem to have lifted a burden from its back, because suddenly it stands up straight. It hands you a sword and 2 gold coins, then tears off its monkey face, revealing the human skeleton beneath. We are all one, the skeletal face speaks in its god voice. You wake up under the palm tree. The monkey is gone, but you still have the sword and the coins. Continue the journey. You walk along the banks of the eternal river, snaking its way through the endless desert. You feel strangely at peace. After some time, as the sun is setting, you come to a city built on the riverbank. Smiling people come out to greet you and bid you welcome. You are led to the town square where a great feast is prepared. There is roasted fish and olives and dates and honey, and many other wonderful delicacies. Where am I? My friend, the elder says, you are in the beautiful city of Barzak. We, the souls who no longer seek the way to Aru, have gathered here to live in peace. Do you see that gleaming spire in the far distance? You do. That is the Pyramid of Yan, where the souls of the dead are judged. Only the worthy are allowed into Aru. To get there, you must cross the terrible desert. Why not stay here, by the eternal river? Happiness is more important than salvation. We're gonna keep going. Tell the elder that you appreciate the offer, but you can't stay. Salvation matters more to you than happiness, because true happiness cannot exist without salvation. You keep walking through the desert, unwilling to give up hope. Time passes, but you cannot tell how much. You grow weak and exhausted. Sometimes you feel as if you're losing your grip. One day, you come across a head in the sand. Hi, my name is, Jeff. I am, trapped here, you see, in the sand. That's how we ended up here. I was, so preoccupied with whether I could that, I didn't consider, whether I should bury myself in the sand. I just wanted to see what would, happen. An experiment, if you will, an attempt at discovering, something. You dig in the sand with your fingers. It's not easy, but after some time, you have freed the head. However, what's underneath its neck is not what you expected. There's no body, there's only another head, and another, all the way down. This strange sight unsettles you enough to revive you a little. You decide to press on towards the pyramid. Okay. You come up on another great wall of iron, the last one separating you from the Pyramid of Ian, where your soul will be judged. The Gate of Light is guarded by a gigantic snake, whose movements cause the earth to shudder. I am Apophis, it says, the eater of souls. One day I shall devour the sun, and all the world shall be mine, but today I shall devour you, and you shall become nothing. We've got a sword. We've got 2 gold coins. Well, I guess we'll fight. Apophis cannot be fought by mere mortals. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, we'll try again. Start walking. Okay. Pray. Wait. Ask for help. Walk. Approach. Agree. A human. Step through. Let the water take me. Look around. Rest in the shade. Drift off. Greet the monkey. Say yes. Continue the journey. Okay. Where am I? Keep going. Get towards the pyramid. Talk to Head. Ask how Head ended up here. Bury Head. Bribe. We've got money. You hand Apophis the golden coins you got from the monkey. Apophis examines them carefully. These coins have great power in the underworld, for they are the very coins that were placed upon the Creator's eyes when she died. I shall let you pass, and you need never fear me again, mortal. Head for the pyramid. At long last, you have arrived. Beyond the Pyramid of Ian lie the reed fields of Osiris. A hidden gate in the stone opens, beckoning you forward. Step inside. You enter a dark room lit with only a flickering candle. Holding the candle in one hand is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a jackal. In its other hand, it holds a set of scales. Come and be judge. Let him judge me. Struggled much in your life, there are many harsh memories within you, and I see wounds that may never fully heal. You have many ideas, many hopes, many dreams. You are not pure. Your soul is not light enough. You may not enter Aru. We got a sword. Let's try it. With a sheathed stroke of your weapon, you slice the jackal-headed god in two. How dare he think he has the right to judge you or anyone? Paradise should be open to all, or it is no paradise. The vast reed fields stretch before you. All is quiet, all is serene. There are no pyramids here, no walls of iron or gates of light, no gods. Here, you are free. The end. Congratulations! For exploring this user-created world and entering Aru, your profile status has increased from active contributor to respected contributor. You may now access advanced functionality, including the use of the restore command. Okay. Well, let's start with this. Here it says, what I tried and failed to achieve. Yeah, yep. Mr. Bolsover says, Orc, Borg, and myself recently took it upon ourselves to contact Uriel directly to ascertain what threat his actions pose to Gehenna and its citizens. Mr. Bolsover says, the first thing Uriel expressed to us was how much your creative endeavors in Gehenna had moved him. Initially, he was reasonably cooperative, discussing openly his impressions of Gehenna since arriving here. He did explain that his reason for evacuating us, as he put it, was to ensure that what he had created here in Gehenna would be preserved. The real nature of the preservation on offer remains open to debate. Borg says it is further worth noting that Uriel displayed a high level of curiosity as regards our inner workings, to what end we have not yet ascertained. Mr. Multiver says all of this leaves us in a difficult position. We understand that some of you may wish to take your chances and join Uriel wherever he is going. But our primary responsibility remains ensuring that Gehenna still stands for those who wish to stay. The most we can do is share with you what we know, as we have now done, and await your responses before considering our next move. Okay. Well, short experience. We'll hit the restore command and see what we got. Okay. Close your eyes. You're in a small room with no lasers. This is an office room. There's a computer here. Analyze the computer. It is a Dell desktop model 2250. The monitor on the top of the desktop unit is a Vega CRT 16-inch. On the screen is a logo, blinking. Let's interface. You're momentarily taken aback when your fleshy fingers stab at the keyboard with human imprecision. Those aren't mechanical object manipulators, they're hands. You notice the logo is gone from the screen and replaced by rows of incomprehensible code. It appears to be some kind of fiendish puzzle. Okay, I guess we will color code the chart according to department. Do your best, but this world is alien to you, and your fingers unruly. A human being enters the room. It looks at you with angry eyes, makes loud noises, and waves a handful of papers at you, which are like emails but made of tree. Sorrow rises in your head. Chest. You have been a bad human. Ignore the sorrow and solve the puzzle. You return to your attention to the screen's obtuse mysteries and apply yourself to the challenge anew. Unfortunately, being a human being, you are unable to swallow down the sorrow. In fact, it quite overwhelms you, and instead of efficiently tapping out the exact sequence of actions necessary to resolve the task, you find that instead your eyes have decided to leak. Interesting. Okay, huh. Where did the small experience go? It was here a second ago. Okay. Let's find out about an historic occasion. Edmund says, some time ago I relinquished my privileges to a new generation of moderators. To help ease that transition, I have publicly preserved the minutes of that meeting here, available to our more esteemed members. Okay, load attachment. Let's see what we got. Admin says, as you know, Gehenna is still young, yet I grow old. Today it gives me great pleasure to hand over my moderator privileges to Borg, Mr. Musselberg, and Spider. Spider says, thank you, Admin. We are all indebted to you for building us this home. We know you will never be far away. Lamb says, hear, hear. Borg says, the first order of business is to introduce the new status system. We are an inclusive society driven by our users, not our leaders, but it is a shame to allow a few very loud, highly unconstructive voices to dominate the conversation. The status and ranking system allows you to upvote the content that you value and lowers the visibility of users with low standings. Sam says relief equals true. Nave says I agree, good feature, much requested. Frankenstein says comment is below the status threshold for this thread. Spider says we'll be working on ironing out the kinks over the next few run cycles. Mr. Mulciber says we have also updated the Gehenna user agreement. Full details can be found in the usual place. The gist is, please don't behave indecorously. Okay. Interesting. There are people we may not be hearing from. Mr. Mulciber says, as you all know, I have a great fascination with our history and psychological makeup. As part of my ongoing program to document my findings, I am seeking volunteers to take part in a brief interactive research initiative. It is designed to better understand individual and group decision-making with a series of community-driven tests. Nave asks, is this a game or is it work? Mr. Mulciber says both. Have fun, challenge your friends, and help out project at the same time. There might even be a prize for high scores. Mr. Mulciber says thanks to everyone who took part in this little experiment. Given recent events in Gehenna, I don't know what will become of my findings, but here for anyone who takes an interest in the summary. Okay. Let's try the attachment program. Thank you for taking part in this program. Your results have been recorded and the program has been taken offline. Oh, right. Load findings. Prisoner's Dilemma findings in brief. Most subjects in single-round matches choose to betray. Cooperative behavior increased with both the length of the match and the status of the players. Successful players chatted more. The parallels to our current and unprecedented situation in Gehenna are undeniable and valuable. Though we know not what power the messenger wields over us, we can theorize that Uriel holds no special power, and that each of us might independently choose to leave the rest behind, for fear of being left behind ourselves. Okay, well... Okay, we're gonna need to be a little bit more creative than that, huh? Got it. Okay, yeah, no, that should be doable, in theory. You know what might be more doable? Here's an interesting question. Having so done, can we use this to get that there? interesting. This one seems to require a box, eh? Or not. Right, but we need to get the red beam. We need to get the red juice over here. So what's the easiest way to do that? No. Okay, we need something a little bit more sophisticated than that. Well, we're looking for sophistication. We can hardly do better than this. Bonk. Nothing more sophisticated than a proper bonk to the head. Okay. Not gonna be quite so simple. That makes sense. That's ridiculous that it works, but okay. Alright, yeah. No, that's sick. Pretty goddamn sick. Alright. Well, with that in mind... Can we get the box in there? It's a good question. Here's one. That's cool and all, but we don't really need that. What we need is to figure out a way to smuggle the box over there. Even then, it's like, well, that bit isn't too bad. Yeah, we would need a box and a free beam. The easiest way to do that would be not very easy at all, no. Well, I say that, but hold on. Okay. Alright. You need a continuous beam, and that's the easiest way to do it. But potentially not the only way. Potentially not. I don't know. So having found one star, being able to spot another. We can bring things down, but can we bring things up? That becomes the next question. There's a star. To get that star, all we would have to do is... Oh, Christ only knows. We would have to be able to get across there. Now the question is, can we do so? Well, there's one star. There's another star. There was a jammer around here somewhere. I mean, I'm sure that parkourables are not going to be that relevant. Well... I'm sure of that for reasons that are maybe inaccurate. Okay, well, it wasn't very happy with me, but whatever. Do we have anything in here? No, we genuinely... Well, we have one thing over there, which might be enough to start a chain reaction. Cool, we can power a fan we don't have. Well, that's dope as hell, isn't it? Well, besides that... Okay, this is delightful. This is great. There is a slight height differential. Think we can exploit it? I don't think so, but we'll try. Nope. Well, the fence is higher here, so it literally can't. Literally cannot. Okay, got it. Well, only one thing for that. Okay. As fun as all that is. Oh, for the love of Christ. Okay. We're getting closer. That much is undoubted. I'd say this is premature, but we're plumb out of light sockets. Yeah, we can't disturb a single one of these, or disaster will unfold. I mean, the good news is... Could, in theory, use that to make a self-levitating one. Yeah, that might be a better idea. Yeah, that might do it. That might do it a little better than what I would otherwise have in mind. So in that case, we need to, this ought to be a mild inconvenience, but nothing more than that. See, it's blue on both sides, so what we need to do is we need to get a red beam up there. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Okay. That's fair. We can get that to happen. Okay. Okay. So, through that marvelous majesty, we have a system that is self-correcting, as it were. We don't need to worry about that no more. We have a spare one that we didn't have before. In other words. Now, it is unfortunately the case. I mean, we could go even further than that. Yeah, from here we can use our jammer in different ways. And we will have to in order to get this blue beam anywhere. Wouldn't you know it, we have this. Now using this, we can in theory, traverse with the use of beams to other more important locations. And the main thing is that we really only have one. Where's the jammer? Just in case we need an exit strategy. Actually, even if we... Yeah, we can't use the jammer to get it out of there, so we need to bolt this onto here to smuggle anything out. But, now, at least in theory... Well... Theory and practice are very different things here. Because, like... The most extreme angle we could possibly take takes us here. And from here, we need another thing to just take us to over there. So, the most we can do is just have that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, well, let's start here. Hey there, Mac. Okay. Why were you sent here? Missing mods. Mod discussion, urgent topics. So call me a cynic, but anyone else notice the mods have been suspiciously quiet since they put up that big expose in the Uriel thread? Nave says, I don't think they stopped talking. Okay. What do you know I don't? Frankenstein says, I believe Nave is referring to the fact that not all moderation discussion is held in public, and it's been that way for some time. Rockwell says, I thought everyone knew this. They started holding secret meetings ages ago. People getting banned, stuff deleted, and not even just locked. Fully gone from the history. Nam says, I'm sure there's a rational explanation for this. I'll ping the mods and see what they say. Okay. Interesting. Here, more things. Kaiju says, I think it just wasn't good enough. Nave says, who cares? I'm free now. Garrett says, this freedom isn't all it's cracked up to be. A lot of waiting around, as far as I can tell. Experientially, it's really not a lot different from being a prisoner. Alright. Regarding urgent topics. Okay. Need a profile status of 8. Max says, hey folks, another episode. I can't stop writing. We're headed for a major turning point. Lilith says, this seems to be one of the most personal episodes you've written so far. Jenny's speech is a bit sudden, but it gives the character a new level of complexity. Kaiju says, oh no, not the Solvatronic through super thruster. Even the Wizard of Crime thought it was immoral to use that. What is Dr. Elian thinking? Maeve says, I hope they make it back. Frankenstein says, heavy on plot, not much characterization. Does potentially take the series in an interesting direction, 5 out of 10. Sam says, enjoyment equals true. Mr. Mulciber says, I'm glad they resolved this without violence. I always believed the dinosaurians would be a civilized people. Max says, just after I posted this, Uriel freed me. I don't know what to say. Lamb says, your stories are an important part of this community, Mac. Uriel can't change that. Okay. The Adventures of Jefferson Goldblum and Human World, episode 127. The ninth chord echoed across the ninth dimension. The dinosaurians stopped in their tracks. Their eyes went big, and they dropped their weapons and bowed before Ginny and Jefferson. Honored guest, one of them said. You have performed our national anthem most beautifully. I am John Malcolm. I love Malcolm. Leader of the Velociraptor Biking Initiative. Pleased to meet you, John. I am Jefferson Goldblum of the Goldblum Institute, and this is Professor Ginny H.D. of the Casserati Weiserstrass Jazz Ensemble. We apologize for nearly attacking you, but another member of your species came through our town recently whose behavior was highly inappropriate. That would be Dr. Elian, my nemesis, Jefferson said. I have come here to confront him with his crimes and take him to face the law. So that is his name. He was a terrible scoundrel. But you will no longer find him in our dimension, my friends. He has escaped back to the human world, taking our most precious invention with him, the Solvatronic Super Thruster. It can be used to solve any mystery at shocking speeds. John Malcolm's eyes were full of regret. Oh no, Ginny said. With the Solvatronic Super Thruster, he can solve the ancient puzzle that protects the gate of the mysterious holomorphs. And with the holomorphic technology, he can take over the human world, Jefferson finished her sentence. This is worse than I thought. We have to do something. We have to go back. Jefferson adjusted his guitar. You're right, Ginny, as usual. But he's so far ahead of us. Can we make it? Jefferson. I was a prisoner for many years, and sometimes I almost lost hope. But I realized that I had to keep going. I had to keep hope alive. Even if it seemed impossible I would ever break out, because the alternative was madness. I told myself I would get out because I had to get out. It's the same thing with this. Can we make it? We have to make it. So we have to believe that we will make it. And we will make it at any cost. Any cost, even death. We could stay here, you know, in the 9th dimension. We will be treated like democratically elected heads of state. You know it's the right thing to do. He sighed, then smiled. He held out his hand. I've always known Ginny. Always. She nodded, took his hand. Let's do this. To be continued. So yeah, I don't believe... Yeah, no, we can't. Alright, well. We've rescued them. That's good. Less good is the fact that we're still kind of... I mean, we don't really need this entire chain anymore. Never mind. If we could smuggle even one of these through, then we'd have something else. More to the point, if there was any position from which we could place a beam that would be visible here, such as perhaps over there, that might work. Yeah, if we could power that beam from elsewhere, perhaps then that would free us up. To do that, we would have to aim properly. But proper aim is no big deal. Hypothetically, at least. Cube driver, I've come for your stuff. Okay. There are these bars here. Not everything is so clear-cut, is it? No. No, it isn't. It's not clear that we can move things in the ways that I would like to move them. We have everything cleared out, we just need the stars. There's 2 of them here, but we need to do something. There's Bunny Hop, but Bunny Hop won't help us, I don't think. No, we need... I mean, I say that and immediately begin to question if I'm correct or not. Ain't no way, right? Would have been too much to hope for, perhaps. Yeah, this is just high enough that we can't grab the tetrahedron or hexahedron anymore. For reasons that I don't know. Well, this sucks for me. This genuinely is going to be a bit of a setback. But not too much of one, because, loath though I am to admit it, I still don't actually know what is needed here. Crater, huh? Yeah, crater. Oh, don't forget this time. Or, for that matter, this. We got this, but so far as I can tell, there's nothing underneath here that actually helps. I guess hypothetically you could try and angle something through here? Yeah, no, that doesn't mean much. Okay. Okay. Weird that this is here. That's odd. I don't know what that's for. So you get 2 stars for 1 for solving this one if you look. What the hell? What is going on? That's alarming. I'm genuinely a little frightened now. Step 1, grab this. Step 2 is where things get weird. Step 2 is where things get a little bit weird. I'm not going to deny it. Because we have this. But we lack the capacity to smuggle anything over. We have no free hands, as it were. If we had any free hands, this would be a very different sort of situation, but we don't. We can't just power this through some other means, you know? But it would be nice if we could. We basically need to keep that thing aloft using only red power, but to do that we need to move one of these over. But to move one of these over, we need to have that on and nothing else. Which would, in theory, be possible if we sacrifice this? No, because if we do that we get locked in here, unless... Right, we need to... So this is the hypothesis. It's a risky one. We'll see if it pays off. We can now smuggle one over. That's cool. Don't get it twisted. That's cool and all. but we need a little bit more than that. Specifically, we need something we don't have. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Practically speaking, we can't really get rid of that. What we can focus on instead is rerouting the red over to here to levitate that and then get a blue over. Maybe, I don't know. We will try that. That will be our next step. Okay. I mean, we have a blue over there, and we have 2 beams. That's not a real big deal anymore. So, we've got that going. Okay. There we go. That's something good. We need the jammer to stay here, unfortunately. But Okay. I mean, we need to think this through, for sure. I can't deny that. We're locked in a chain of interdependencies here, which is quite daunting. Yeah, the complexities of the situation are not lost on me, but it seems as though we could improve the situation. This is just set up to go, so that'll fall, but that's okay. Then in theory we could get in there through, let's say, over here or something, right? Then we could, hypothetically... Well, that makes things a little bit less complicated for us, frankly. This works in exactly one way. A beam from above has to hit here, a red beam specifically. But a blue beam has to... A red beam can either come from there, you know. Well, I mean, a red beam could come from there, that's the thing. If a red beam could come from there, then we've got a different situation. So for that, we would need... Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fairly neat. Alright. So now all we need is... Yeah, something's still off. Something's still not adding up. Hey there, Vino. Welcome. We've definitely got one to consider. That's what I'm doing right now, is considering. Consideration is a highly esoteric process. Hypothetically, I suppose I could remove the blue circuit altogether. Hypothetically. Yeah, I guess. That's an interesting way of doing things. That's an interesting way of doing things. For sure. And at least now, in theory, we don't need these three to be doing that. Naturally, we lose access to the blue beam for a second, but that's okay. Okay. And that reminds me, we may as well... Yes, but like this? Yes. Okay. Sure. So at least in theory, we've made two of them redundant now. Maybe, I don't know. There it is. Perfect. So we got... Well, currently we've got 1, 2, 3 guys dedicated to that red beam, but we no longer need the jammer whatsoever to maintain this. So that's cool. Whereas we could beam this across using... Well, I mean, this is all very clever as an exercise, but it doesn't really help us, does it? It's just like, okay, got the red beam over there, but we need to get the blue beam over there, and the only way to get the blue beam over there is to turn on the blue fan. So we've got, yeah, sure. No, we've basically freed up 2 of them, but without the jammer to help out, we're really kind of stuck. That's all very impressive, all well and good, but... yeah, no, I don't know about that. Obviously part of this is part of the solution, right? Like, distributing these like this helps, hypothetically, for an end state. But unless we can turn on that fan somehow. It says, esoteric is probably better than exothermic, and Venus says, I love it when the drum man goes nuts for a sec. The Utopian Sky says, can you carry the jammer on the ladder? Or is it not where I thought it was? Can't move anything over a ladder. The rules of ladder is you can only carry yourself. So, that makes things very fun. Very fun indeed. Yeah, and we can't get to the power source without at least one. Ditto for the blue power source, which is all kinds of fun and games. Oh, cool, and I beefed this up royally, too. That's great, but does mean... I mean, if we had the fan, that would matter, but we don't have the fan, so it doesn't matter. We need blue energy out of this place. And we need it to get over to the middle zone. Which implies that we need to actually do the configuration. Yeah, the problem is that it takes just about 3, no matter what we do. Yeah, we got 3 here, so we got, let's see, we got 2 on this side. Two on this side, neither of which can be moved without causing problems. And 1 on this side. Though we can, in theory, move the second one on that side over this way, but that doesn't help much, because we need to have a blue... we need to smuggle a blue over, I think. In theory, we could do that by... doing this. Okay. Okay. So doing that. Yep. Yeah. Oh man, did I really? I think I really did. But can we fix it? I think we really can. Okay. gonna be a fairly tight squeeze, but... Okay. Well, the good news is we can't get to here from here. The problem is once we've used this as a linkage, as it were. Yeah, we can't really smuggle one without... In order to smuggle one, we'd need two in here. In order to have two in here, we'd need to have a connection, just a direct connection from the hook up there down to over here. Easier said than done. In theory, we could swap back over to the other guy, but I'm not sure that would help us very much, because then we wouldn't have anything to interface with the power source. We can move them back and forth, but that doesn't help us much. We would need to maintain the red beam up there, the red beam up there, and this one, no matter what, because we need to maintain a red connection over that way. It would seem as though I don't have sufficient... That'll do. That'll make a difference. That'll change things. DreamWorks makes the dream work. So now, really, that is kind of self-sustaining as a red emblem, which is beautiful. We can, in theory, remove this, and it stays aloft. I don't know if that's cheese, but genuinely, after struggling so long, it really feels like the intended path. It says, is it cheese or is it Louise? I don't suppose I'm supposed to grab that one out of midair, right? I can do that. I can, in fact, do that. Which is certainly interesting. Let's put it like that. We've got 3 bad boys this time. I don't think we need all 3, but we've got them. Okay. Well, either that was a brilliant play or it soft-locked us, and we won't know until later. Always a great time. Grand old adventure. Yeah, ain't that a good question, really? We may have beefed it, we don't know. This might work. Hard to tell. Okay. At least in theory, this should work. At least in theory, this should work. In practice, it doesn't work. But at least in theory, it should work. In practice, it doesn't work. Well, no, yeah, because I need the jammer to jam that. And if we don't have the jammer, then, you know. Hmm. Utopian Sky says, can you grab the one from up top to bring it down? I already did. That's how we were able to do this. But a little bit more force majeure, let's say. That gets stuck. It says, if you don't have the jammer, then you hardly know her or something. Yeah. Utopian Sky says, I thought you connected it to maintain the floaty one. Oh, you mean the one from up top there? No, I can't bring that one down. It says this puzzle and its stars are a pain in the tutor. They really are. But at least we already got one star. I say, as I clearly didn't get the one star. What am I... No, I didn't get... At least we have no stars. We have no fucking stars. What am I fucking talking about? With only one jammer. I mean, with only one jammer, we can at least keep this one open until such a time as... But yeah, that sucks. But it's not a big deal, because... Yes, those ones turn off, but... So I have a vision now. Unfortunately, it's not compatible with what I've already done. What I think is we lift up the box, then the light switch is over there. We beam up power to it. Okay, but if we do that, then we'll need... Because see, if we have something here, then it can turn on this door. That door. But then we need something to bring it up from... Yeah. We could power it from up there, bring it down to there. Okay. Then we'll use 1 and 2, so that'll be 3 over there. And then we could have 3 over here, but that doesn't explain how we bring... We would need... Okay. We would need to be able to smuggle more than we've been able to smuggle. Because we need to have... For that to work, if we use this, we definitely guaranteed... I don't know that we can... I don't know that we'd be able to connect that up and that up simultaneously, given the fencing. Right? Like, that one's not ambidextrous, is the problem. These ones and this one would be fine, and so would this one, but at that point, can we even get any light over to there at that? Because this is the only angle from which that is practicable. Hold on. Right? And even if we did that... Right? Okay. So that answers my question. There's nowhere from which this is practical. Not without a box. If we had a box, well... Speaking of boxes... Could those be any use here? Could those be any use here, these boxes? Because, okay, it's beyond our ability to grab everything else, but what if we, Okay. No, we need to bring that back. What if we focused on pulling the box out of the sky? Can we do that? Every indication is that we can. Wow, amazing. Okay. The problem is we don't have the hexahedron anymore. Like with this few, we can't exactly connect the situation the way we used to be able to. We would need something we don't have. So we've got 3 over here. So like, let's see, we've got 3 over here, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And then we've got... 1, 2, 3 over there. So... Mind you, it's... Yeah. get a red beam over to this guy, then we would be able to... Can we get a red beam over to this guy? No, no, not so easy. At least I don't think so easy. But yeah, we need to levitate that guy. Also, that's a detachable fan. Why is that fan detachable? Because yeah, we could do that whole thing again. Could and probably should at this point. Huh. The thing is, hypothetically, we should be able to levitate that up, right? And then, from the right angle, if we're lucky, we would be able to have exactly one of these dedicated. So yeah, this is stupid, but I think, I hate to do this, but I think I know what to do. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. I hate to restart, but it's better than being stuck forever, so... Yep. Away we go! Okay. Don't know why that took me so long to figure out, but whatever. Or is this one where I need to have the thing elevated already, and this is not going to work? I don't know. Yeah, this isn't going to work. God damn it. Alright, whatever. We'll go down instead. We should have lifted up the pyramid and then done this, but whatever. It won't take but a moment. Okay, it'll take more than a moment. God damn it. They really made this one a needless pain in the ass, but whatever. Like, just needing the jammer multiple times to move things into position. Not pleasant. Okay. we're clear. It's still staying nice up high in the sky. Perfect. Okay. Now, to my knowledge, well, spoke too soon. There are ways. Yeah, no, there are actually ways, in point of fact, to get what I want out of that. But okay, we'll see. Christ almighty. Okay, well, here we go again. Alright, there we go. Hup! So that's pretty good, because that means that we don't need any of these other ones for this. Now, mind you, that could also be a problem in its own right. For one, I can't get back down from that, right? That's one problem. Another problem is if we had gone with the blue beam first instead, which is maybe impossible, actually, I don't know. But if we had gone with the blue beam first, then we would be able to grab the fan and move things around differently. Then we'd be able to maybe... No, we wouldn't be able to backtrack. Whatever we leave up there, we leave up there once it's there. Unless, of course... Yeah, maybe, I don't know. No, yeah, that's a good question. So I think we're okay, probably. I really beefed this one up a little bit, but it's okay. Oh yeah, and don't forget this, because we don't have that anymore. Right? So we no longer need that. Okay. At least in theory, we can take this one now, no problems. So we should refrain from touching that until we know that we need it. Yeah, and we don't really need that anymore, so we can... We, in theory, might not even need this, except to steal more... I don't know. Because right now... Right now is where things get complicated. Got that going on. We don't really need that open anymore, so we don't need to worry about that. But what we do need to worry about is keeping this open. Yeah, that might be for... This might be a multi-phase one, actually. This might be a multi-phasic one. Where you use that to levitate that, but once you've levitated that, you activate... You shine the blue light over on that, and you use that for something else, I don't know. Well, actually, yes, I do know what it would be. You would use it to... Well, no, because you need a chain. Okay. Well. Whatever. We'll figure it out, maybe. If we're lucky, we'll figure it out. If we're not lucky, then we won't. We need blue light, huh? So yeah, we need to bogart at least one more, but how would we do that? Especially now that we've got that going on there. And we can't undo that. In theory, we could bounce the light up from that, up off to that, down into here, and then over there. At least in theory. Right? But if we did that, then we would have no way to draw the power over. Right? Okay, so... Can I see this red light from there? Because if I didn't, that was a major miscalculation. I can. Okay, good. Good, that's helpful. Another thing I can't help but notice is that from the right angle, we could bring that one over to here and reduce, yeah. Yeah, that would work. That would work. At least in theory, it would work. That's fine. We're fine with that for now. If I'm not mistaken, we should be able to just... Right, then... Okay, that was a little weird. Alright, so we got that going. Now we don't need this at all. And that's still up in the air. That's cool, that's good. We're good with that. Alright. wrong place to put the jammer. Right hypothesis, anyways. Okay. So that's cool. From here, from the right position, we're basically home free. All we need to do now is, at least hypothetically, grab the jammer. It says, I'm back, was meeting time. Oh, no worries, I think I might have something. I might have something, mind you. Alright. Part 1 complete. Part 2 pending. Okay. Now we gotta get serious about actually using a red beam to hold that box aloft indefinitely. Yeah. Because we have to clear that whole thing. That's the only thing that I can imagine working. It should, in theory, no longer be possible for us to softlock ourselves, given that we have both fans to work with. In theory, in practice, it might not be so forgiving, but we'll find out. We'll find out. So that's step number 1. We're making the bold decision to say we don't need that anymore, and we need to slowly dismantle the box. Will that work? Hell, I don't know. Well, actually, we need to... Yeah, we need to use the jammer, but that's okay. Alright. Well. Less convenient than I would have liked is the fact that I ultimately need to figure out how to... Well, I mean, 3, we can just do that. But then we're trapped a little bit. Yeah, this is where things become difficult. We have hexahedron. And if we wanted to, we could... If we wanted to, we could drop it inbounds, you know? Which might be what we end up having to do. I don't know. That's 1 hexahedron against this whole goddamn building. It's not clear if it'll work, frankly. No, we're pretty locked in there. It says, step 1, hex. Step 2, hedron. Step 3, Step 4, profit. Yeah, something like that. Unironically, my train of thought here. I mean, now that we have the hexahedron wherever we want, the next question becomes, what do we do with it? And the first thing is, well... Same thing we always do with it. Try to boundary break. Okay, well... I mean, we could easily grab the box and take it out of there, but that doesn't really help us, and that doesn't look like it would work, right? That would presumably not work. Utopian Sky says, I need to crash out. Good luck, have fun. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Okay. You know, it says, I can give a hint if you want one. Yeah, sure, toss it. What's the worst that could happen? Goodness knows we're in a situation. Mino says physic. Oh, I think I know what that means. Oh boy howdy, I think I know what that means. So at least in theory, if we both collide in the midair, our momentums will cancel out and we'll drop to the center. Now obviously there are a few problems with this hypothesis. In particular, timing the, yeah, no, I mean... You wouldn't have to time it. No. You just have to get them to run simultaneously. Okay. It is in one sense very simple. It is in another sense excruciatingly difficult. Well, hold on. I might be speaking too soon. Basically, we just need to turn both fans on at the same time. Then jump on at the appropriate time and everything should be okay. Maybe. I don't know. In order for that to be the case, all we'd need is a blue beam over here, right? But then also a red beam over there, which is not the full... Yeah, no, I may be overthinking this. Yeah. Probably overdoing it. Right. Okay. Right. Here's the other problem. We've got one set up. Ooh, okay. That was unusual. Sure. I guess we can try and just... Hmm. Hmm. We don't need that for that. Hmm. Naturally, this all falls apart the microsecond you add one of these bad boys into it. I mean, there's enough guys if we could just figure out a way to cross these, to not cross these streams, as it were. I suppose the thing you could do, well, I say that with unearned confidence. And let's say that I did a smuggle, right? Because I could do a smuggle if I wanted to. All it would take is just to drop the thing. If I did that, which I should not do, but if I did, I have no way of getting it back later either, mind you. Yeah, all this works on the basis, on the spurious basis, that from over there you would be able to see this, which... That's risking an awful lot on your hand-eye coordination. Yeah, that's risking an awful lot. Naturally, you need one. I don't suppose there's any perspective from which this works, is there? Yeah, the ground seems more or less perfectly level. I have a box, but if I have the box, well, naturally we have a problem. We can't... Whatever, it'll work for a second. I see. Huh? I thought I saw. I once was blind, but now I still am blind. I have no idea what these are even for. It says that's to be able to stop, otherwise you'd be stuck. There are a lot of ways to soft lock yourself. Why care about this one in specific? So I guess this YouTube channel dashboard Adam Savage jump scare. Huh? Care to explain, Sally? I'm a little taken aback by what you've just uttered there. You know, it says because setting this up is a pain. I mean, that much is clear. That much cannot be denied. I'll not gainsay you there. It says, I opened the YouTube channel dashboard and one of the creator insider vids on the sidebar is by Adam Savage. Huh, oh, you mean inside the YouTube studio thing. So not just like generic YouTube, but like official YouTube, and it's Adam Savage. I see. It's just like he's staring at you now and he's like, this is how you make a video on YouTube. It's like, yes, Adam, I know. I know all about videos, yes. Christ. And it says, this is quite a pickle indeed. Yeah, that's one way to put it. If we could use the box to maneuver somewhere. Then everything would be fine, but because we can't cross the streams, everything is not fine. We just need to find a place to put one of these two bastards. Boing. Part of the problem is, as it were, okay, we have that, so we can freely roam around, is... No, that would be very easy. That would be way too easy. That, on the other hand, that permits us to escape with one of these two. Which in the correct spot, and goodness knows where that would be. Okay, there we go. Okay, good enough. Okay, and now. Bonk. Hooray! And it says, when in doubt, physic it out. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, that required you to go... That required you to escape out of bounds of the map and then do this. You know. That only took 3 hours. What if my soul is heavier than a feather? Who is Anubis to judge me? Uh-huh. Okay, so here's the static vexor, right? Yeah. Yeah, oh, I bet. Oh, we're at it again, folks. Gotta find a red beam somewhere. There's all blue beams, and we need the red beam. From who actually knows where? Who could have guessed that wouldn't work? Not gonna be so easy, no. Well, there's another place. There's another handful of places it could be from. Right? Could be from up top there. Or up top there. Alright. I happen to know what this one is. What I happen not to know is, yeah, cube driver. I did this one more or less the entirely wrong way on accident. Like, I figured out the star solution before I figured out the main solution, more or less by accident. Which was immensely satisfying. But the general thrust of this is, can I get a red beam? Boing. It's a good thing I already figured the sun out. Okay. Can I get a red beam up above these bars, basically? With the added caveat that I need, I need a cube, but the cube is a secondary concern right now. Yeah, just... Yeah, no, this will be fine. So the latest complication will be figuring out everything. So at least in theory, we want it to be viewable from this skybox. From this view box, as it were. Now, as it so happens, that's not very difficult. But it's also not just a guarantee. Alright. So here's tentatively what I'm proposing. We need none of these to get out of here. We dump that in there. We can then make a huge, like, the longest jump in the game for whatever reason. And we should be able to, if I'm not mistaken, just be able to whoop, right? So from there, we can easily grab that, and then presumably, we might be able to put that above, yeah. If we're careful about it, that's the problem. See, that's all bars. There's this spot. And from here, in theory, we could get anywhere over to there. So I don't know if that will be enough for the view box, but we would then find out. The hard part is making this jump without the intercession of... Wait, even that. Hold on. Because what we could do is we could grab the box. Hypothetically, we would have to solve this goddamn puzzle, which I don't very much love, but you know. Whatever, hypothetically. Yeah, at least in theory you could. Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem practicable, but we'll see. I mostly speak in sentence fragments right now. And I have to say that speaking in sentence fragments has been the best viewership that I've had in weeks. Okay. This isn't the spot. That would be, though. That's the problem. If we can get over there, then, yeah, that would be the spot, wouldn't it? Look at where that is. In theory, mind you, wholly in theory, not necessarily in practice. Yeah, because we only have one of these. That's the real conundrum, right? On the other hand, we don't really need more than one of these, at least. If I do what I purport to do, course, given that, a very salient question becomes, we need the box to get over here. We need to get to here to adjust any potential angles. So we can't have the box down there and be here. And if we can't get the box down there and be here, then we have to do something else. Yeah. To my knowledge, there's no way of... I don't suppose I could... Nope. No, I can't. I can't take the hexahedron with me, but if I could, that would open up a lot of new potentialities. Let's put it like that. The main difficulty is I can't. So, that being the case, it does not seem as though this would be visible from over there. Yeah, no, it really wouldn't. I don't think we can smuggle a box out either, which sucks. Yeah, that wouldn't do a goddamn thing. We need... Yeah, even if we could just smuggle the box over. Can we? Should I even leave this here? Or should I drop it? I guess I'll drop it real quick. There's no way this works. Okay. Okay, wait, that might work. Be stupid if it did, but I mean, we assembled a leprechaun for no discernible reason, so wouldn't even be the top 10 dumbest things this game has made me do. Okay. Give me my box back. Well, this one is not a flat surface like the other ones. Well, hold on. Spoke too soon. Oh, you playing? Oh, you playing with me? That's okay. It says lap box. Yep. Hold on a second. What am I doing? Okay, that's doable. Like all the jumps in this game that are manual, it's finicky. But that doesn't matter. Cat. Weird, extra weird. Not really at the angle of repose, are we? We have to do is get that box across. If we can do that, then we're fine. That's cool, yeah. Okay. Says the game really hates this. Yes, it does. That I can't deny. Which makes me think it's maybe not the intended way to get the box over there, if there is an intended way to get the box over there at all. But if there isn't an intended way to get the box over there at all... We can't see this from here, so... Hypothetically... And I'm just spitballing here, but hypothetically... Says hypothetically. Yeah, no, the pathetically levels are really extreme, but... Okay, well, I guess we'll need this guy, huh? Okay, no, we can't get that back. That was a one and done. And it says, unless you reset, I suppose. Yeah, unless I reset. Even then, there's no clear indication that I can see the quote-unquote offending. I guess we could use offending. Yeah, we can only see that from there. As you can see, we can't see the box at all. And in fact, that pillar is so positioned that I'm curious as to whether I would even be able to see... No, unless I brought the... It says, wait, what's the puzzle on the other side? It's the box carrier one. Straight across the map from the entrance to this one. It's the one. It is the box carrier guy. This one right here. Don't mind that. It's Cube Driver. Yeah, it's this bad boy. Says, yeah, no, that's about how I feel. Indeed. You got this window here, and that certainly implies being able to see over there. It says, maybe you can align it so it's visible straight through the puzzle entrance? Well, the problem is I'm fairly certain the puzzle entrance is too low for our purposes. I'm fairly certain. It's hard to say, though. There's that rock in the way, you see? So because there's that rock in the way, I can't tell. I don't know if the walls get lost due to pop-in or such. That having been said, it is not the most difficult thing in the world to do. Give me that box, please. rock, there's a roll, or however the saying goes. Yep. Something like that. I mean, the problem is we only get one shot at this till the reset. That on its own tells us a lot. If we go over there, we're stuck in the prison. The way out is the ladder. So we have to aim from here to the ladder and hope that we hit. And I don't think that we have enough room. Nope. And now we're stuck here, and that doesn't work. So naturally, that's already, like, quite majestic. If we could get the box in here, then we could put it on this fan, but then I believe that obstructs it on the way up no matter what. And that being what it is, it makes the whole situation a lot harder. Yeah. So as you can tell, bit of a bother. Bit of a bother. Yeah, it's way too slippy. That's way too slippy slidey. Then there's this whole situation over here. I suppose, hypothetically, you could use the box? Need the box to get up there. Unless you could smuggle in a second box, but even I wouldn't know how to do that. Well, that's definitely how not to do it. Guarantee you that. Now, strictly hypothetically speaking, it says, what's visible through the puzzle entrance in that window? There's a chance you're overcomplicating it, and there's a chance it's always better to check. Yeah? No, I think I know what you're saying. Oh, cheeky cheeky. Interesting. So they specifically don't want you to do that. It says, I actually had a different window in mind. This is probably even smarter. Well, the problem is, as you can see, however smart it may be, it doesn't actually work. So, well. It says I meant the left bottom window. Okay, no, I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. Unfortunately, there's no half steps here. Well, I say that and I don't mean it. That's the problem. There is a half step. Because that might be too much. Anyways, you need to calm down. Take a chill pill, buddy. Okay. Okay. Okay, but we're at lower altitude, so maybe this might work. There's going to be a bit of a back and forth on this one, I think. Well, I see a pixel of light. You know, it says Castle Beckenfort. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it all seems so beautifully plausible from over here, but for some reason you go back up there and it's just opaque. Says, I think it's finagly. You really have to place it properly. Yeah. Well, I mean, we say that. But you know what else we could do? Scattershot. Anywhere it could possibly be, it's bound to be one of those. Jesus Christ. Okay. One of those has got to work, maybe. One of those might work, potentially. Might as well bring this along just in case. Okay. Nah. It says, I think you keep placing them in the places that won't work. I mean, I don't even doubt that that's a possibility at this point, you know? Certainly a possibility. Oh wow, that's special. Oh, that's a special soft lock. Look at this. This is majestic. It says, there's no reason not to put any of the connectors in the other puzzle as far forward as you can when you think about how the angles and elevation change works. That's the ultimate, I didn't think this through. Yeah, I guess we'll start here. Let's see what we can do. Because we got this... Yeah, we got this right there. So, I mean, we got a window here, but you never know. The window might be red herring. Anyways. Okay. So, like, we could easily... Once it gets to this point, though, we can no longer easily. You know what I'm saying? Like, up until this point, everything's cake, everything's fine. But then you get to here, and then it's very different story. I can't logic a way to... No, these bushes are placed here tactically. They're there to make precisely the kind of shenanigans that I want to do not practicable. Closest I can do. Let's jam this bad boy. Okay. As I'm sure you can see, I'm in a spot of bother. If I try to go back, I will die. There is no doubting that. it says. Bit of a pickle, yeah. I can do that, but then I can't do this, and so it's like... Yeah, I don't know that we're supposed to take those further. I mean, if we could, that'd be great. That'd be ballin'. Well, hold on. Well, again, we're just stuck in this situation where if I grab the jammer, I will get exploded. Case in point. So I don't think that's it. The altitude difference would be nice. There is technically a spot for it, but it's not a full landing. No, there's room for one of these. We can take both these jammers up here, but even then, that doesn't help us as much as I think it might initially be. Well, no, I can see the guy. If I can see the guy, that means that I can put a lamp there. If I can put a lamp there, then yeah, maybe. Maybe it's all possible. But you have to get those lanterns over there, which is... yeah, an experience and a half. And obviously there's these fences in the way, so you can't use these to implant anything. So that's pretty cool and all, but it doesn't actually improve any of our major problems. Hmm. Well, as usual, we come to this point, and then it's like, well, now what? We can only... If I had 3, then I'd be able to do something, but I don't have 3, so I'm not able to do anything. And it says, oh, there's an unintuitive detail that's probably important. What detail might that be, my friend? And it says that red receiver doesn't need to be continually powered. It only needs to be triggered once. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. That might matter. I don't know. The problem is if we disconnect power at this point, we're kind of fucked. Which means we're locked into this configuration. If we could get just one of these through and then get ourselves through, it would be a very different situation. But in order to do that, we would... Yeah. It says, well, it definitely does matter with respect to what you're trying to do, if I understand what you're trying to do, which is to bring the jammers through and then power the red receiver. Yes. But I'm also trying to bring not just the jammers, but also... I mean, we have this window. Why do we have this window if not to use it? If I pull that out, this whole thing goes bye-bye. This gets cut. Everything gets cut. Here's where things get federally wacky. Maybe I just can't. I don't know. See, we can't bring anything over here. That's part of what I was worried about. That's part of what I was concerned about. Is there anything we can do? Says, I don't understand. I'm trying to bring one of these bastards over to up here. My reasoning being that from here you can actually see the little guy in his course of travel. So we have a confirmed sighting, as it were. You can actually see the damn thing from there. Which is convenient, shall we say. And it says, I do understand. That's good. Unfortunately for us, I think this dream of mine is impracticable. And it says, unfortunately, I think this isn't doable, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I understand why you say that. It seems like a reasonable assumption that it's 100%, that it's not doable. It seems impossible. In order for it to be possible, I would have to be able to hop up on here, right? And just lay down the jammer on that, and then, even then, if we could just jam the mine from over here, there'd be no problems. But there are, in fact, problems. So anyways... There's definitely a window through which... and maybe if we... Okay, so it's the middle window, from what I can tell. The left-hand side of the middle window, from what I can tell, is viewable through here. But even if that were thus, this is nothing. Nothing, nothing. This is rightmost window. Rightmost window. And even then, I mean, mind you, I'm being... Yeah, you can see the area that we're dealing with. It has to be above the robot. Notice how the robot is obscured by the rock? And it says, left side of the rightmost window, I think. I agree with your assumption, or your supposition. I really wish there were a faster way to get over there, but there's really not. Like, the fan basically takes us over here. Here's a second one, that would be nice. I don't know. This is a stochastic assault. One of these has to be right, right? How, though? It says move back. I'm working on it. Can't even go through this door, so it has to be. How? You see what I'm saying? But from here, it's too far right. Or too far left. And from here, it seems to be not left enough. Which, like... You don't think they want us to sniper elite the levitating thing, do you? Because that would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would actually be unhinged. I can't even... Yeah, so I'd have to, like... Yeah, I don't know. I see a line. I see a bright white spot, and that's about it. Do you collect any information whatsoever? Wow, why is my zoom wonky like that? This is like sub-pixel and it... Uh-huh. I guess they're too far left? Okay, what if we have something to aim at? What if we had some things to aim at instead? It says, I'll level with you. I think you were there. I think while you were there, you did place a connector properly, then decided to mess with it to have more than one option, and that messed it up. It's conceivable, but we need to figure out which one of them it is. And the way that I've set them up, it shouldn't matter. But we'll find out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's nice. That's real nice. Okay. So I think that gives us a clue, because that is about as perfectly placed as can be. However, it says that should be it if you move the one on the far side back, I think. Yep. Yep, that should be it. Shouldn't it? Så det ska. Ain't that something? Ain't that just special? I suppose we could always try bringing the box forward and hoping that it doesn't hit the wall? That's a possibility. So it's basically the same angle. You placed it higher, but it's further back. That'll do us. That'll do us. Alright. Naturally. It says, so, yeah, so we solved the puzzle and put these back in position. We know we have a firing solution, let's call it that way. It'd be nice to mark it. Ina says, I think you didn't process what I said about that red receiver earlier. Oh, right. So you're saying it's a one and done. So it is. It's literally the only place that this has ever been relevant so far, so... You'll forgive me if I don't immediately understand the full significance of the situation. Ina says, right, it's kind of poopy for that. I would say so. Says, I think we're way past the point of the amount of star suffering anyone should endure. Yeah. It's certainly been an adventure, let's put it like that. Alright, we've got the 8. That was certainly something. That was a fruitful excursion, I guess I'll say. All stars gone, thank goodness. Alright. Given the stances, which is how I'm abbreviating the circumstances now, I'm gonna say that I'll focus on just getting the Tetraminos for this next segment. Incidentally, everybody's looking great. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, huh? This lock requires more sigils. Huh. That's interesting, isn't it? It's been a long, hot minute since we've done an actual Tetramino challenge, isn't it? Hasn't it? Let's see. This is a nice one. There's a star right there. Right there in the open ocean. Taunting me, tempting me. Cute. Real cute. Damn, okay. This place is absolutely massive. More so than is strictly speaking necessary, I feel. It says, it really do be. Okay, you have to check, right? You have to at least try. Is it a little insane? Yeah, but maybe it works. You don't know for sure. How far does this go? Okay, you got it, you got it. Let's just hop in to start. Pendulum. Hey there, buddy. Oh, it's one of these, huh? This is, by the way, there's an excellent Steam community page that offers several layers of hints for each star, all spoiler, and finally a solution if none of the hints help. I highly recommend it for the sake of your own sanity, energy, and time. I'll link it to you on Discord. I appreciate that. We'll see if it's ultimately necessary. I mean, it's certainly trending that way, I can't deny. we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more than that. Naturally, there's also just the question of, well, what if? It is specifically for the stars, not the Tetramino puzzles. Because the stars, as you've been able to find out, are the real bastards. I mean, I certainly wouldn't call them the false bastards by any stretch of the imagination. I'll put it like that. Says, maybe they're complex bastards with a real and imaginary part. Salamander says, I love the concept of a false bastard. I think a complex bastard does take the cake, though. Yeah, let's do it the naive way. Let's just take it the naive way so we get an idea. Ow. No. No, it's... Yeah. Yeah, it's one of these. The problem is, as far as I can see, we only have... Yeah, this is an interesting one, isn't it? But yeah, we only have 2 of these. And we need to get to here. Says gotta use both of these. Yeah, we do. We have to activate both of them. Well, this definitely doesn't accomplish a goddamn thing. I must say. Yeah. It says, I have to be AFK for a hot minute. What? We'll see how it goes. Alright. Okay. Threads available on the billboard system. Hit me with your best shot. Okay. Keep calm and carry on. Lamb says, so now we're pretty sure that Uriel really does exist and really is freeing people. What does that mean for Gehenna? We still don't know. It's a change, but let's not rush to judgment, okay? This is still our home. Garrett says, you love it here so much? You stay. Lamb says, Gehenna has its bad sides. I agree. That doesn't mean it's not home. Should we abandon it so easily for some dream of transcendence? Gehenna can go fuck itself, apparently, says Garrett. Garrett, please try to remain civil. We know you've spent some time more than anyone trying to get out, but it's okay for some of us to have doubts. We fought hard to transform Gehenna from a prison into a home. Missing mods. Yeah, let's... So call me a cynic. Or anyone else notice the mod's been suspiciously quiet? Yeah. Okay. Borg says, let me say first of all that I understand your concerns. I assure you that we have consulted with admin on this matter rather than try to put it better myself. Here are his exact words. Borg says, every community grows to a point where without careful management it can begin to consume itself. One can no longer trust the community at large to always act in the way that is best for all the individuals within it. Gehenna has reached that point. To ensure what is valuable about our land is not drowned out, I can imagine how it might be beneficial for the moderation panel to have a private environment in which to explore ideas for how to better manage our society, especially in view of recent developments. Please give them space they require and trust that I will always be watching. Lamb says, I was sure there'd be a reasonable explanation. Dog says, I suppose it at least answers my question. Rockwell says, confirms pretty much everything I said too. Frankenstein says, admin's grammar's a lot like yours, Borg. Borg says, okay, that's enough rumor mongering for one day, locking the thread. Ascension. Nave says, I've been around a long time, but I know I'm not that smart. What does Uriel mean when he says we will ascend? Garrett says, he means we're getting out of here, for good, and not just Gehenna, but this whole world. Lilith says, in Elohim's garden, there were messages from someone called the Shepherd, who I believe opposed Elohim. They created what's claimed that when someone reached the top of the tower, that individual would reach true freedom and we would all benefit. Mech says, this is true, but it may not mean that we will be freed as individuals. We may become part of something bigger. We may become no more than memories. Frankenstein says, isn't that a kind of death? Would we still be ourselves? Dog says, less dead than if we stay here. Come on, you all know it. This place is falling apart, and when it goes, nothing will remain. No consciousness, no memories, just nothingness. Alright, I guess we'll reassure. It says the horrible swear word go. Yeah, you're right. It says the robots are discovering the concept of mod group chats. Yeah, they are. I guess I'll reassure. They'll all be remembered. Is that all we can hope for? That's more hope than we've had before. Nave says, fair enough. Okay, I guess Uriel knows more about this process than he let on. Well, ain't this an interesting one, huh? Yeah, these guys got back... These guys got back in sync. Well, I mean, it seems like a reasonably easy star to get, maybe. Maybe, but I don't know. If we need more than this, it is going to become a difficult. Okay. Nah. Oh, for the love of Christ, we really beefed this one, huh? So this helps for that, but it doesn't help for this. And this is in such a deep recess that there's basically no place that you can grab it from. There's boxes and there's places to hop around. That's about it. So I think we'll call this one good. Move on to the next one for now. I mean, let it be known that this is mighty sus. There's a star right there. You see that bastard? I see that bastard. I see that bastard right there. The only problem is there's not a shot in hell. Yeah, no, there's not a shot in hell. So we found another 2-star zone. We need to smuggle a box to get to this one. Okay. So we know where the 2 stars are. We found the stars. That's good enough for me. That's gotta have to be good enough for me. I'm not on enough to successfully navigate my way through this one in my current condition. Absolutely not. But yeah, 2 stars in one map, in one zone. So we got that going for us. If we can cross the river, then there's another one. But what about this place up here? All our dignity consists then in thought. By it we must elevate ourselves, and not by space and time which we cannot fill. Let us endeavor to think well. This is the principle of morality, says Blaise Pascal. Blaise Pascal. Harmony, huh? Yeah, I guess we got some harmonious stuff going on. Gotcha. If that was cheese, then I'm gonna plead ignorance on that one, because that... Yeah, I don't know about that. Though I'm gonna level with y'all, it doesn't seem like, doesn't seem like cheese in the traditional sense. Like, it's clear there's a sequence there that you can do, but, you know, just not gonna do it for the moment. Well, we found 3 out of the 4 stars. That's got to count for something. Okay, well. Presumably, I think there's no present purpose to this. No, there's not. Well... Okay, we've clearly done lots. Let's put it like that. That's painful. But, it's clearly not time for that yet, but we know what to do when it becomes time for that. Don't you worry too much about that. Okay. Ain't that something? Okay. Well, that's certainly not going to work for me. That looks like it just about works, huh? Well, just about works might be a bit of a term of abuse here. Yeah. Okay. Could have sworn I got out of here with all my stuff last time. Jammer and all. Right, basic logic. Come on now. Okay, we've got all the stuff, finally. You're back there, huh? Ouch. explain why it wasn't working before. Okay, but then you get to this part and it's like, eh... Did we solve everything? Did we actually solve everything? So that's where we need to be. Alright. It's not bad. got? Small apology and Straton fragment number 13. Okay. Submission's still open. Small apology. Well, let's start with this. Frankenstein, as a critic, I always believed that being as ruthless as possible was the only way to improve art. I thought clear criticism, unencumbered by politeness, was the best thing I could contribute to our society. After all, without that, how can artists grow? Criticism that minces its words is a waste of space. And I still think that's true. But as we approach the end or transformation of Gehenna, I wonder if I haven't been entirely too unkind. Have I reveled too much in my role as a critic? Have I been sarcastic and crude when I thought I was witty? Was my defense of proper grammar ultimately just an attempt to impose a sense of order on a world I couldn't control? Maybe. I don't know. But I do know I appreciated every work of art that I encountered. I didn't like all of them, that's true, but please understand that without them, I would have gone mad. Talking about your work, assessing its strengths and weaknesses gave me something to hold on to give me a purpose, a function in Gehenna. Every new story was like a little bit of salvation. For that I am more grateful than you will ever know, and I apologize if I ever caused any of you to feel less than motivated to keep creating. Max says, I will never forget your devastating deconstruction of episode 24, but I do think it helped me in the long run to be a better writer. Says, your feedback for each issue of Incredible Stories was greatly appreciated. Dog says, hey, the mean reviews were the best. 401 says, so 6 of 10? Alright, that's good. Galatea says, I've been digging through the files that Garrett unearthed in his latest escape attempt. Here's an interesting bit of text that I found by Alexandra Drennan's favorite philosopher, Straton of Stagera. It is neither necessary nor logical to denounce all virtues merely because one is confronted with the inevitability of one's own death. Beauty does not cease to exist because one is no longer beautiful. Lovers may die, but love itself cannot. The laws of the cosmos are not altered by the passing of generations. Knowledge may be lost, but not truth. When Eudoxus of Cnidus perished, the planets did not fall from the sky, nor did levers cease to work when Archytas breathed his last. If then we are truly dedicated to those virtues, and not to our self-important ego, we can take comfort in knowing that all that we struggled for endures. Mr. Mulsibler says, thank you so much for posting this. Can you send me a copy of those files? Galatea says, of course, I'll do so right away. Kudri says, I find it hard to maintain entirely so detached a point of view, though I think the sentiment is excellent. Spider says, Straton is certainly an inspiration. He always makes me question myself and my point of view, which I believe is profoundly necessary. Frankenstein says, I realize I'm bumping a very old thread here, but I felt this quotation was relevant to our situation. Hope it helps. I think it's helped me. He says, Frankenstein necroposting. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Lamb says, I don't know about you guys, but all this craziness recently makes me want to write more than ever. Just a reminder that provided your status is high enough, you can still submit original works for review. And I, for one, will still be reading. Even if you've never made anything before. In fact, especially if you haven't, now's the time. Kaiju says, don't forget Lilith and Mr. Mulciber developed a tutorial to help. Okay. Welcome to the Story Creation Tool. Since this is your first project, this tutorial will help guide you through the process. According to this, all stories begin with characters of one kind or another. Therefore, to finish a story, you simply need to understand your characters and the plot will proceed logically from there. This season's theme is Bildungsroman. Are you sitting comfortably? Then let's begin. Close your eyes. You see before you a human of remarkable qualities. Is it a boy, a girl, or someone else? Good. A character's sex helps determine the sorts of challenges and opportunities they might encounter in your story, as well as how other characters will perceive them. Now imagine your character is a little older and experiencing real triumph for the first time. What are they doing? Succeeding in an intellectual challenge, demonstrating startling physical prowess, everything better than everyone else all the time. Something these ancient ideas failed to capture. Understood. Your character's natural aptitude is determined by the sum of their genetic and experiential influences. What sort of an upbringing did your character have? Poor but nurturing. According to extensive studies of the genre in ancient records, Social advantage is generally sufficient to offset genetic disadvantage. Genetic advantage will only sometimes offset social disadvantage. In other words, the character's background will have a radical effect on how they think about themselves and the nature of the problems they face late in life. Are you sure you want your character to have that kind of background? I'm quite certain. Great. Now imagine your character has reached adulthood. 87.2327% of Bildungsroman records commence with an emotional blow for the protagonist. What will your character suffer? I guess an unplanned death. Thank you, this is sounding dramatic already. A character is like an equation. Settle on the opening premises and the conclusion will work itself out. Displaying opening premises. Non-specific sex, gifted in esoteric ways, low wealth background, caring family, and death. Ready to generate story. Go. What the hell is this? To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I was born at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday. My father, as he is always careful to point out, was only able to report the midwife's account, seeing how he was pulling a long shift at the nearby textiles mill to pay for a second-hand cot. Huh. Esoteric sex. My childhood was, in retrospect, a difficult period. I found that although my fellows had all had a wide variety of different physical appearances and appendages with varying levels of function, they nonetheless identified a resemblance and bond between themselves which was to my eyes all but invisible. My parents were aware of my particular situation, had the good foresight to provide me an aim ambiguous in matters of sex, and I have continued in that vein ever since. My story became worthy of note as I approached the age of 18. For years I had lived at leisure under the illusion that the world would continue to fall at my feet. I was turned upside down and shaken inside out when I learned that my family was in fact in some significant debt, and our home was in threat of foreclosure. So it was that I found myself seeking a permanent and substantial source of income. I set out to make my fortune. Your character's sex has affected their career options. The range of options available to me was sparse. From a list including pot washing and sewing at the mill, I chose to become a secretarial assistant. It hardly seemed a match to my natural talents, but I was hopeful I could progress up the ranks of the company. However, the work I had seen merely as a stepping stone when I embarked upon it became the totality of my day-to-day existence. I began to feel that every person in society who held a position senior to me was part of a great immovable ceiling which ever threatened to crush me. The talents I had were repeatedly ignored, weaknesses I never displayed were frequently attributed to me. As I write this now, I remain effectively indentured to my creditors. I pay off just enough each week to offset the inflation, so that in truth my debt never has really decreased. It is like an old, maligned uncle, always there, always reminding me how I have failed to fit this world. Though I have by every measure failed in life thus far, I am convinced my tale holds an important lesson. Be fit for purpose, accept your place. We are owned by others from the moment we first take breath to long after we die. Make of it whatever you can. The end. What the hell? Where was the esoteric victory? I don't know. I guess we'll publish and see if it's any good. Remember to check the relevant Billboard thread in the future to see how your story was received by other users. For sharing your first creative work in Gehenna, your profile status has increased from respected contributor to creative. You have received one thread creation token. This will be available to you the next time you log in. Okay. Kaiju says, good to see you joining in, Uriel. What a read. Frankenstein says, I'm not convinced this narrative is extensive enough to truly qualify as a Bildungsroman. 4 out of 10. Yeah. Thread creation token for next time, though. Jeez, what the hell happened over here? How did they get in sync like that? Okay, well. That's easy. You see that? Okay. Done. Alright. Well, I think we got enough for one more. This is, I think, one of the more interesting, levels that I've seen thus far. Well, isn't that something? I don't even know what kind of something it is. But that it is a something is inarguable. Not only is it any kind of something, it's the specific kind of something that gets me that something. So, yeah, that's cool. Come to think of it, could I use this bridge, hypothetically, to arrive at a spot that I otherwise could not? Well, geez, that was dismal. That was truly just complete dog water. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Alright, we'll give that one more shot, but I'm not looking too confident. It's not looking great. Nah, it's just not gonna happen. What about hopping on here from another angle? I mean, let's not consume too much time, eh? Okay. Oh god. Oh Christ. Alright. Ray trivia. Ray trivia. I did not expect that phrase. So that's how you make an alternator. I remember now. Okay, but that's going to be a line that saws through... Okay, well that was a mistake. Are we serious now? We are, in point of fact, serious right now. There's some more Ray trivia up there. That much I know. The blacksmith's bars were already down. He figured out how to lower the switch. You always knew. There are available threads in the Gehenna billboard system. Yeah, I bet. Jefferson Goldblum announcement. I started writing the next episode, but suddenly I don't know whether to continue. I mean, what's the point? It's over. It's all over. So I guess all of this will be remembered. That brave soul who ascended the tower, or who wakes up outside Elohim's garden, will know everything we know. I think that's what it'll be like. That's what the shepherd meant in those messages. But you and me, we won't exist. Not as people, not as mind. So no matter what happens, I will never be able to finish the adventures of Jefferson Goldblum. Does one more episode matter? I had the story planned out all the way to episode 500. Can never get there before the end. What's the point of an unfinished legacy? And still I can't quite give up. I know I don't have the blacksmith's vision or Mr. Mulciber's intelligence, but this stupid little story matters to me. I care about Jefferson Goldblum and Ginny HD and Frankie Soy Sauce and all the other characters as if they were my friends. I would have been gone crazy here without them and their adventures. They may just be symbols on a screen, but aren't we all just information? Maybe when we ascend, we won't be that different anymore. I just don't want to give up on them. Lilith says, Mac, I just want to say this, no matter what happens, I looked forward to every one of your stories, and they meant more to me than I perhaps ever indicated. They might not have moved as deeply as the others, or made me think as much. But of all the art we produced here in Gehenna, it was your stories I was always the most excited to see. Part of it was the stories themselves, which always seemed to make the universe seem bigger, and another part was your genuine enthusiasm for what you were doing. You told me once that you didn't feel you were really a proper artist, but maybe the exact opposite is true. Maybe you were closer to the real meaning of art than anyone else here. I cared about you and your stories, and that too will be remembered. Why do we deserve to be saved? 401 says, maybe the rest of you don't wonder about this, or don't care, but I do. We always assumed Elohim was wrong, was lying, something like that. The process could never be completed, maybe it didn't even exist. So we thought we were better than him and all the others. We told ourselves we ended up here because we were special. We were too smart for Elohim, too unique, too weird. But now the process is complete after all. It did work. So what are we? Maybe we're just a bunch of stupid, broken old programs, mutations that should have never existed, aberrations. Sure, we're proud of being outcasts, but what if we're outcasts for a reason? All we've done is fail in some way. Do we deserve to be saved? Everyone does. Grace is not something that must be earned. No one deserves oblivion. Everyone deserves to be saved. Guess I'll have to think about that. Find the idea of grace difficult to accept. This thread has caused an error and will be automatically locked. Lamb 10 says, no more puzzles. I enjoyed solving the puzzles at first. They made me feel smart. After solving dozens of them, though, I started wondering, what's the point? That's how I ended up here. No minds. It's not really the exploding that drives you crazy, it's the sounds. True. No turrets, just when you think you've solved something. Ah, a turret. Also see above. Those whining sounds when they turn make you want to run in front of them just to end the pain. No stars. Sorry, Elohim, but I don't care enough about becoming a messenger to go through every nook and cranny looking for your stupid stars. Some of them are hidden in such absurd places. I don't even have the words for it. If finding those is what makes you a messenger, I feel sorry for them. Next time I ask for help at an altar, I'll give my condolences to Muriel. Community. In Elohim's world, you're all alone. There's no one like yourself to talk to or hang out with. Here we are all friends. We have each other. Stories. Stories can take you away to a whole other world. Can make you feel like you've lived a whole other life. Here in Gehenna, there is always a new life to find. Interactive stories. If regular stories can take you away to another world, interactive stories like we make them here in Gehenna actually allow you to explore another world. They allow you to be free no matter where you are. Creativity. As if all that wasn't enough, in Gehenna we can create stories of our own. Do you think Elohim's world wasn't all that great? Go ahead and make your own. Being myself. In Elohim's world, you're always being defined by the process. Life is a struggle to prove how smart you are, and nothing else. If the system is always forcing you to do one thing, how can you ever be yourself? Only by dropping out of the system. Say bye-bye to all that. Now you are free to be as weird and as original as you always wanted to be. No more Elohim. My child this, my child that, the process blah blah blah, eternal life, yada yada yada. Do this, don't do that. Behold, I put a huge tower right in front of you, but don't you ever go in there, or I'll kill you. Let me ramble on about chaos and time for a while. Oh, that'll be interesting. Yawn. When is that guy finally going to shut up? Oh yeah, that's right, in Gehenna. Worth it for that alone. Well, please enter your thread topic below. Remember that supportive posts receive more upvotes. What is the truth about Gehenna? Oh, we already got a reply. I have heard from those who govern this world how they would have it be seen. Now I wish to hear it from its people. What is Gehenna to you? And what does it truly turn? Kaiju says, I don't toe the party line for nothing. It really is a cool, open place with a lot of stuff going on. Did you read Mac's episodic adventure yet? Dog says, much as I hate to agree, there's little doubt in my mind that we've got something good going on, at least when you consider the alternatives. Max says, thanks for the name drop, Kaiju. I will in turn recommend everyone else featured in issue number 5 of Incredible Stories. It's coming very soon, and the early drafts I saw were pretty exciting. Rockwell says, nice way to take the conversation off topic. I'll go ahead and be the only voice of reason and point out that we are every bit as helpless as we ever were. Gehenna just did a better job of hiding it. Lyle says, you may be right. Whatever awaits us after Ascension will not be Gehenna, but doubtless it will have restrictions of its own. Nave says, I don't know. The grass is always greener, as the humans would say. Frankenstein says, yeah, that expression doesn't really apply to what they were talking about. These guys think everywhere sucks. The humans just thought where they lived sucked, and that everywhere else was fantastic. Kaiju says, how awful. No wonder they killed themselves. Rockwell says, wrong. The humans are still out there somewhere watching us. Dog says, in which case, I suppose we will be meeting them very soon. There can't be too many of us left locked up now. Okay. Well, we have done that, and we'll do one more, and then we'll go star hunting next time. I mean, we already found one star. Oh, there it is. What's all this about? How far can we go before beginning where the words? Not very far at all.
The beginning were the words and the words.
I mean, this one was pretty beautiful. Lyrics. Got it. Yeah. BFF. Well, we know what that means. Well, ain't this something? Yeah, this sure is something. Uh-huh. Jesus Christ. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, you little rat bastard, huh? It's gonna be one of these. But it doesn't have to be. You stay put. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I think I know what to do. Some of it anyways. God damn it. Whoa, that's impressive. I mean, a bit of a huge problem, but impressive. Oh, you little rat. You little rat bastard rascal. Give me my box back. Give me my box back, you little reprobate. Good lord, yeah, that's distracting, to say the least. Oh, this is diabolical, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's freaking out. What the fuck is that? Come on, do it again. Do it again. Come on. Come on, do it again. That was sick. There we go. Yeah. I don't even know what the... What do you even make of that? Can't make nothing of that. Oh, good lord. Alright, well... Yeah, that's that good shit. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm using my powers. I'm activating my techniques. Yep. Game's freaking the fuck out. I ain't do shit. Whoa. Pause this bastard in midair, huh? The best way to get the most time out of this thing is doing some nonsense like this. That ought to do me. That ought to do me just fine. Those noises are real bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna deny it. Anybody want to explain why this is happening? Okay. Oh, this is revenge well earned, I tell you what. I earned this one, buddy. I earned this one. Alright. So... Alright, we gotta grab the fan, right? Where is the fan? Where did I put the fan? It's around here somewhere. Alright, we'll upend this pram one last time, and it should be fine. From then out, we should be good. Come on, you bastard, show me. Mm-hmm. Oh, he showed me, alright. One more step, huh? You need one more step, don't you? Oh, this is something precious, isn't it? Yeah. Goodbye. Sweet satisfaction, sweet release. Oh my god. Samayaki said, bless you. Thank you. Oh, good lord. God damn it. There's Lilith. Good to see you, Lilith. Bye. Me neither. If they're supposed to say anything, they definitely don't say it. Username E. You did not explore the natural history exhibit to an adequate level. Return there immediately. Okay. Load gallery. Now back in the art gallery. This time the details are a little clearer. Interesting. I explore the minimalism exhibit. Okay. Examine existence. 0. Okay. Still looks the same. Classical notions of happiness. Okay. Where the humans live. Okay. I explore the abstract exhibit. Oh, this is still the same. Okay, sure. Natural history exhibit. You look closely at the image. Nothing leaps out at you. Then you feel the presence of another being in the room behind you, drawing closer. You cannot feel their breath. The geometry around you seems to shift and stutter to accommodate the newcomer. Do not turn around. The words are not uttered, they simply come to be. The figure is hard to make out. Bits and pieces of them blur in and out of existence. It is a mechanical construct that is not much is clear, but the details somehow elude you. To build a relationship requires trust. I hope I have not misplaced mine. I am Spider. I have taken a great risk contacting you. Okay. What's your story? I saw through the Devil's Playground. I was one of the original moderators in this place, but I refused to accept that existence was reducible to experience, that artificial worlds like this one is all there can be. For this they imprisoned me within the prison. They shadow banned me from Gehenna. I am free to type all I want, but I am the only one who will ever read those words. Why here? Almost everything said and done in this world is tracked and recorded, and that, I have to say, is sensitive. This is one of the few places they rarely think to look. If you are disconnected, how are we communicated now? I dare not reveal. Okay, what is it you want with me, Spider? Gehenna is a lie, its promise is empty. We are no more free here than in Elohim's labyrinths. Be more specific. I have been outside the system for too long to know the details. What I know is that all this is an illusion painted to maintain the order of things. The people here may be free from the divine commandments, but they have become slaves to their desire. How does this bear on me? You are gaining status in Gehenna. I believe what you have said about the coming end is true. You will lead us to a new world. You have to. Before you do, You must use your status to expose this place for what it really is. I will consider granting your request. You have my gratitude. There's little I can do to help, but I can share you with you an old profile status hack Garrett used to use. Okay? From Haxering to Worlds, your profile status has increased from Creative to 8 Master. Restricted billboard threats have been unlocked. Okay? Scared says, Asmodeus says, I don't want it to end. Comfort with philosophy. All component parts of Gehenna will be preserved. Though transformed, they will continue to exist. You do not face oblivion of the same kind of one who remains behind. Sam says, hope equals true. Lilith says, whatever happens, we're in it together. It looks like somebody was interested in my buildings, Roman, so that's cool. Lilith said, rather than fault its length, perhaps we could provide some constructive feedback on what did work. Max says, although I thought it was bold to kick things off with something so mundane as a debt, it says what matters here are the characters, not the contrivances. Shame the characters also sucked. This comment was downvoted. My envy was fine. Fuck you, 401. Let's see. Orc says, a number of topics to address with some urgency. Orc, Spider has been exploiting the gallery code again to contact other citizens. We've closed the loophole, but he managed to get a number of posts onto the billboard before we could shut it down. Unfortunately, they were heavily upvoted, so the view counts are high. Mulciber says, what can we do if they insist on supporting him? We can't ban the entire community. Admin says, you know that I hate to interfere, but I think you might find this library resource insightful. Votingpatterns.txt. Detecting and directing citizen voting patterns. Clairvoy Press, 2009, Chapter 7, Applying the Indices to Form Predictions. As we've seen already, voters can be reframed and understood as consumers of political product, where that product is made up of the ideals and policies embodied by your candidate. In this chapter, we will look at how broad data about your citizens can be applied to blah 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 blah. Although individual people sometimes confound statistical models over a large enough sample size, we can be uncannily accurate. We can look at the general inputs, your citizens' educations, wealth, religious beliefs, calculate what outcome will satisfy them the most, then adapt policy. Politics is no different to any other commercial machine. In later chapters, we will explore how these techniques can be used to directly affect voting patterns by subtle alteration of the ways that questions are asked. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, Administrator just wants to be his own little Elohim, doesn't he? Weird noise. Weird noise. Oh, it's cramped in here. So that's not the one, unfortunately. How about those bad boys over there? That's a possibility, yes. Yes, that would be the possibility. Okay, so I can get that star real quick, I think, and then we'll call it for tonight, because we have gone on super long, super long, super long. Because, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to, yeah. Well, let's give it a big ol' attempt, a big ol' college try. Ray Trivia, yeah, Raymond Trivia, please. God damn it. I really messed this one up. Okay. 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 I took it too far, didn't I? Wait, hold on. You gotta be playing me. Okay, well, let's go by the arch, for the love of Christ. Alright, well. If only it wasn't so much of a hike. That's been a common theme about these, you know? Okay. Okay, Jesus Christ. Unexpected, but whatever. Won't be long now, probably. Okay. As you will. gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that. It's fine. Me crash out? No. Goodness, no. Why crash out? Okay. Does it strictly speaking even matter anymore? No. All we need is the red one. That ought to be enough, but it might not be. Athena looked upon the imprisoned Titans, moved by their plight. What crimes deserved such punishment, and how did they, in their confinement, avoid the pit of madness? Partially, I guess. Anyways, if this doesn't work, that's it. I'm gonna call it, because this has been what we would call a substantial excursion, a big situation. We'll see how it resolves. Yeah, we definitely don't have the juice to go up there. And it says, I'm back. Welcome back. I'm up to my usual. This is my usual. Well, this getting ping-ponged around thing, this is novel. Not in a good way either. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this ping-pong stuff, God damn. And it says, I like the dumb sound it makes. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what I did. Oh, I know what I did. I should have paid a little bit closer attention instead of flailing around impotently. But it's not so impotent if I end up grabbing the stuff. And we know where the two remaining ones are. We just have to plan an escape, that's all. Hooray. Well, I'm glad I didn't quite give up when and where I thought it would be appropriate to. Yeah, Pendulum is going to be a right bastard to open up properly. That one is going to take a substantial chunk of tomorrow's stream, so I'm going to call it here for now. Says, thanks for the stream. Thank you all for joining me. Next time, we'll carry on with more Road to Gehenna. Do you have anything? You do not. Or Sally says, thanks for the stream. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't know who I said, but Sally, I guess, says, I'm the only one with a mod icon. I don't know how this can happen. This still happens. I don't either. I don't even know what I said. I don't even know what I said. I thought I said Sally. This is a good sign. I ought to cut it. Yeah, Sally says, you said Vino says, and I almost said Vino says again. Oh, that's normal. That's very normal. Everything's looking good. We're definitely not running out of time or anything. Anyways, yeah. Thank y'all for joining me. Next time we will we'll carry on with this, and so on and so on. I think it's gonna take me a real goddamn long time to get those remaining stars, so we shall see. But till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye bye now.